Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. Little to say about mine. On the gaming side, which is kind of the only thing that happened. Started playing Vintage Story. Also learned that the survival slice for Space Engineer 2 might drop at the end of the month, start of next month. So that's coming. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. Like it's not fully peaceful, but it's as peaceful as the vintage as a Vintage Story gets, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. Yeah, and that's quite literally it on the writing side. Everything went well yesterday. On the living side, nothing to mention. Uh, some of the housemate might be moving out. Um, I say might because there's boxes that have been appeared with stuff like fragile on it and all that. But they've been telling me for the last 3 years or so that this was the year they were moving out. So I'm no longer reacting to it. Once they move out, if they move out, I'll deal with it. This morning, it is a read and corrects. So, I've got more chapters I need to catch up. You see that I said about it? Well, basically, what I did is because for some reason the manager, because the microphone on the headset was muted or disabled, it figured the headset itself was not available at all, and it wouldn't let me make adjustment to it. So this morning and yesterday I didn't have the time. It was the end of my stream. I didn't have the time to spend going, okay, what can I do? Like, what am I willing to risk? How am I willing for? What am I willing to do that could break everything? So this morning I did, okay. So I re-enabled all of that, made sure that nothing else in my settings change. And you know what? Let's actually make sure of that. Yeah, because now this microphone, which is hidden here, is now an available option for OBS. And I suspect that at some point it's going to start using it. Which basically means if at any point the sound of my voice goes weird, let me know, because it probably means that OBS has decided that today is the day that it switched microphone. Hey, Lizard, welcome to the stream, and welcome to the stream, Angel. But yeah, this morning I did that, and nothing broke, so I'm hopeful. But yeah, like I turned off the lights on this, which I'm hoping will extend the battery life. Because basically what's been happening is that about half an hour before I end my stream at 11:30, it started giving me the beeping that the batteries are getting low. And then I plug it in for an hour while I'm on lunch, and it, even though my afternoon session is actually shorter than my morning session, it started beeping earlier. I have ordered new batteries for my headset, but I suspect that the problem may not be the battery itself. It may be the system, and the charging may not happen as well as It should. And yesterday was the day I found out I can turn off these lights. Like I don't have to live. I mean, it's not like I see them. So like the RBG never goes into my consideration of something I buy. Like my gaming computer is full RBG, and the only reason it's like that is because it was basically the same price and it was the default setting. When I had the spec for my gaming box built, like I told the guy, you know what? Don't bother with RBG. If you can save 5 cents without going RBG, save the 5 cents. Like I really, it's the box is under a desk. I don't see the lights. I don't care about the lights. And the spec he gave me ultimately had RBG in it because he went, at this point, it's no cheaper to have RBG or not. So I've got RBG, and I'm okay with that. I don't care. But yeah, like in turning off the lights, I've kind of on paper, according to the manager, I've doubled the lifespans of the lifetime of the battery, of the charge. So I'm hoping this is going to, even if the problem is a charging issue, I'm hoping that it's going to fix that. OBS is great, but also awful. Yes. It's more great than awful for me. Sometimes OBS, a lot Windows. Yes, a lot of time it's Windows making those changes and OBS just going, well, that's what Windows says I should do. So yeah. Windows users, you stop using OBS, use Melt Studio, and your audio settings are good. And when you're talking through Team, Skype in the past with your pants. I've yet to find something else. Now, it's the first time I've heard of Meld Studio. But I've been using OBS for so long that I am utterly comfortable with it. And the personality traits it has aren't overpowering the good that it gives me. And a lot of that good is based on comfort. The fact that I'm used to it. Like I've been working with it for 4 or 5 years now. So I know how it works, and I know how to get it to do everything I need it to do. And if I were to change something, if I were to change like to another studio, I would have to relearn everything. And that's time I'm not really willing to invest. I have too much writing to do to invest in that. Kat introduced you to it. Cool. But, since I have to catch up because there was no read and correct last week, I've got to catch up. I am going to start immediately on the read and correct and hopefully get 1, maybe 2 extra chapters in the read and correct. So I will confirm the microphone is on. Turn off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 64 of The Technician's Fight. The hunter in the lead consulted her tablet, then adjusted one of the sensor devices on her armor before speaking to her beta. There's a sensor field ahead, Beta Zorfiel reported to Gargaron. From the strength, we're close to the Earther-controlled part of the station, but we can't proceed without serious risk of them picking us up. Recommendations. He wasn't surprised. They traveled in halls with full power for long enough. They had to be getting close, and sensors were the basics of securing an area. If we can find a board with a connection to theirs, my hacker might be able to get in and give us a way to move. Any idea where we find one? She consulted her tablet, typed. She looked at one of her hunter, then read. Based on the schematic on record from when the station was active, there should be a maintenance bay, 1 section spin ward. It's going to depend on if the sensor field extend to it or not. He nodded. Plan her out and get us moving. Grogran wrapped an arm around the Earther's neck before she was aware of him, and he there's no comma. And he tightened it until the bones broke. The others had neutralized or subdued their targets before any of them had been able to fight back or send out a distress message. There was a laxness that made him think these people didn't have military training. Oh, I've already addressed that. Okay. And hadn't had probably, yeah, that's military training. And hadn't had to deal with an incursion for as long as they'd been here. They'd gotten comfortable and no longer expected to be attacked. It gave his hunter the advantage, so long as they didn't fall victim to thinking everyone they'd encounter would be lax. Lax. Two were alive and being divested of weapons, tools, and comms. Once they couldn't pose any threat, they were awakened, and Gudrun gave them the option of making this easy on them. He crouched before the male and female, both looking more angry than worried. I am Gralgaran Salalavnir, he said in Earther, Alpha of this hunt. You are my prisoners. I require information that you will provide me. Your only options are how painful the process will be. Who is your Alpha? How many forces protect your command center? What form of automated defense does it have? The female spat at him. We don't talk to cats, the male said. You will, he replied, and this is your only chance to do so without pain. I'm not scared of you, the female said. He stood. Zorfiel, they are yours. The pair was dragged to a room by her pack, and the door closed. The door opened, and she existed, her pack following her. Two of them had streaks of blood on their armor. Their alpha is a male called William MacArthur. They don't know how many hunters are protecting the command center, but we're part of a group of 120 who arrived 6 years ago. They are no automated defense that they know of. She projected the schematic of the station, zoomed in on their areas. As best as we worked out from what they said, the command center is here. She highlighted an area. Okay. I've got area a couple of times. Can I remove one of them? Zoomed in on an area. Best as we she highlighted a zone one level above them. The size and the fact that it had a view of the planet made Guggeron think it was a lounge. It's on this side away from the access. She highlighted the area between that and the window. That is their medical area. Okay, I need to change that because no, you know what? That's the medical area. The other one's going to be something different. With the command center, another bit I ask, how are they fitting everything there? Earthers, remember? She said, they can pack 100 in one of our shuttles. I expect they can fit a city in that leisure room. Ergran chuckled. As much as the Earther enjoyed tight spaces, even their smallest city population wouldn't fit there. What do they need such a medical area for? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I do need. I am going to have to sacrifice some stuff because of the changes I make further down. Because I've moved that further away. Too large for one of ours in the middle of a battle. Um, they don't know. Well, they don't know at this point. Not for sure. Um, the only thing I can't do is establish confirm that that is where the experiment are happening. I can have Graguran theorize that that's where they're happening. All right, let's see if this works. Could that be where they experimented with those machines? Plural. That's what you don't like. It would give a purpose to the crew of the ships they stole, if he believed what the male who had arranged the trap for Jer had claimed, that these were who ah, that these were who he had the machines he'd used on him. He'd um no, he'd planned use he'd planned to use on him, stolen from. He didn't want to entertain what those experiments entailed. He also couldn't make that his priority. As much as he hated that more might be experimented on while they made their way to the command center, the hunt was about bringing this incursion into his territory to an end. She raised the schematic to the level above. Um, highlighted. Whoops. I've increased. Da, 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 da. She highlighted the mezzanine. They turned the privacy rooms into cells. She raised a schematic. A level up, a level. I don't need up. And have more cells there. They don't know are how many are held, but they claim they are so full they needed 3 guards to make the last batch fit in. How full would the Earthers pack them? What trauma would that cause? Again, he hated he couldn't do. Although, did they give you a sense of when the last batch arrived? Da, 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 da. No, Alpha. But they are Kelsarians. And are in the privacy rooms. They made sure we knew we had cats in a box. That seemed funny to them. They might not be the Halan, and even if they were, they might not be the Halanos' Halan. But Al-Ravnir had made his children to fight for their survival. Even civilians had claws and fangs and knew how to use them. Not to say of whoever else was being held. He could only think of the Saladin as a species who wouldn't be useful in a fight. Everyone else, even the most analytical of the Rosef, would see value in fighting for their freedom. What of our prisoners? He asked, nodding to the door. They aren't prisoners anymore, she replied. He nodded. Have any of the other packs made contact through the power system? Beta Gemini Sloric of Romarin confirmed they understood the hunt. The Beta said, no indication. Beta Huamual Orami Rat Sel Arali and the packs with him have made it to the station. 2 packs who were heading for the control center with intent of assaulting it. How likely would this way of communicating let me change one of the packs' order? The Beta called over a hunter, and Gargaran asked him the question. Short of stopping and waiting for a confirmation of response, there is no way to be certain they checked the power network since the message we left is on a loop. And then it was on them to free the prisoners and indicate their numbers. Beta, we need a trail to the cell. The hunt is being altered to free them and bring those willing into the fight. I will get you one, Alpha. Gargaran paced the room, his impatience growing. As much as he knew that waiting was an integral part of a hunt, it rank that he had to. He wanted to move, sink his claws and fangs into the enemy, work to ensure his people were safe instead of waiting until I'm in. The hunter at the board exclaimed. Can you hide us from them? Gargaran demanded. Too early to say, Alpha, she replied. What is their information security like? The male on her other side asked. Like that what? Like what I dealt with on the Earth. Okay, wait a minute. That's a Zorfiel's team. Do you have who I think you do? Zorfiel. Who's your hacker? Building, information hacking. No, it's Yarik. Okay, so you're not who I thought. You have someone else. Okay. It like what I dealt with on the Earther station, on the other Earther station. She read, a lot like that. Looks like the Earther took their like of standardization to their code as well. Is it exactly the same? Is it exactly the same as Einstein's station? Gagarin asked. I would smell of their science meddling. Not identical, but a lot of similarities. It feels like someone took that and sliced it into pieces. Then rearranged what worked Added the code needed to make sure it didn't fall apart. But it gives me a smell to follow as I move through the code. It's better than starting in a bog. He stepped away before he asked for time frames, demanded she hurry. Her beta knew what she was able to do and would be better at ensuring they stayed on the hunt. Alpha, a beta said, looking concerned, you should sit with us and relax. He considered the male and the others, who had taken the corner to sit and rest together. Sex wouldn't happen, not unless he declared they were off hunt for a full shift, but they snuggled and nuzzled and relaxed. He shook his head. He wanted to remain alert for the instant the hunt returned. Maybe if he was on short name basis with one of them, but it was why he made sure Brel wasn't on his packs during a hunt. She'd see to it he relaxed even when he didn't feel like it, especially when he didn't feel like it. So he paced and waited. These are what we need, the hunter said, putting a disc on the table half the size of her palm. That's how their sensors identify who is allied and who isn't. I've sent a pack to retrieve those from the Earthers we encountered on the way here. Would there be enough for every hunter? How many do we have? 4 from the last encounter. I had this one from what we took of the hunters we questioned. The others were the first to return. Wait, what? The others were... From the first returns, okay. Not enough for one pack. They'd travel a while before that fight. Wow, I don't know. I have no idea. And the fight before that had been a while. Even hurrying, the hunters wouldn't be back soon. What can we do to have one pack travel within the sensor? Can one of these hide 2 of us? The hunter shook her head. The sensors are programmed to flag any life form that isn't associated with such a tag and send that to the command center. I expect their alpha will assign a pack to investigate. It would let us surprise them, the beta offered, and let us gain more. I don't need of those. And let us gain more. But that would confirm there are unknowns on the station, Bergeron said, which would lead to a general alarm that we aren't equipped to deal with. This hunt needs to remain stealth until the prisoners have been released and give us the advantage. Without a way to let the other packs know of the alteration, Beta said, there's no telling when they'll start their assault. He nodded, which is why no, Beta Zorfiel said. He tilted an ear in amusement and annoyance. You are our alpha. You can't go alone within enemy territory. I am the alpha, Beta. I am one person. Only one person gets to tell me what I am allowed to do, and you know I won't sit here. I don't see you sitting. He narrowed his eyes. Sometimes he disliked special ops eccentric personalities. No one but my alpha or the gods will keep me from this. Alpha, there is the possibility this is a trap. It's best to send others to free the prisoners. If the Halanos of Tal is among them, I am the only one he will respond to. Gargarin countered, promising himself to have a talk with the beta once the hunt was done. She was pushing the leeway special ops usually enjoyed. There are 3 more of those tags. Assign them to the hunters who will see to my safety, but if one of them tries to get in my way, expect to have to collect their unconscious body. Is that clear? Very, Alpha. And don't take too long to select them, or I will head to the cells on my own. The hunter signaled them back, and Gradran, along with the other 2, tested the doors until one opened and they entered, leaving it leaving it cracked to listen to the approaching Earthers. The tags did their job. They'd made it to the level above the command center without an alarm. They'd made it to the mezzanine level above the command center without an alarm sounding, and with their keen hearing had managed to avoid encountering Earthers. They drew past the corridor their room, their room was in, and he waited. There's no comma. And he waited until he no longer heard their steps before motioning to the hunters to scout. The signal confirmed the way was clear, and they hurried. While the private room's main act. Private room. Okay, let's see what. While the private room's main access was from the leisure area. I established on the mezzanine. Okay, I'm pretty good. While the private room's main access was from the leisure area, they also had. There was also an entrance from this level. There was also an entrance from this. From this corridor. Those who wanted to use. All right. While the privacy room's main access was from the leisure area, there was also an entrance from this corridor, so those who wanted to use one of the rooms or reach a leisure area wouldn't have to travel to the lifts and then back there. The area had seemed too large to be the area he thought the area had been was too large to be a leisure room, but then remembered, actually I don't need the he, then remembered this had been an industrial station. Most of the space would be used to process the material they extracted, leaving few places for the people living on it. After 2 detours to avoid Earthers, their target was in sight. He warned them to be ready for a fight with ear code. Stuff wouldn't be possible after this, so they needed to be quick. The lock was already blue, which made Gagran cautious. He wouldn't allow a door to cells to be unlocked. He nodded, and the hunter opened it, rushing in. He followed and helped him take down the Earther while the other 2 tackled the other guard. They waited, listening. Fight had been quieter than he expected, but not silent. But and the corridors, windows. When no one came, he sent a hunter to scout the length of the corridor. Fortunately, there were, okay. I've taken care of that. This is what happens when I change stuff I need to take into account. So he established they can't see and okay. Deserted the hunter said in ear code. All doors locked. He nodded and searched the dead earther. The locks were Calcarian, so they'd have to pull the... He took an old card from the pocket. A hunter found one on the other. They went to the first door, then hesitated. If the held prisoners didn't want to be rescued, he'd make it as difficult as he could on those what? If they held prisoners he didn't want rescued. Wait, what? He'd make it as difficult as he could on those trying. He'd make it as difficult as he could on those using this to attempt an escape. They wouldn't start. Okay. All right. Wow. Yeah, I need to read everything before I start making changes. If these were his prisoners and he didn't want them rescued, he'd make it he'd make it as difficult as he could on those trying. It wouldn't start at the end, but the center. It didn't reach the center. Someone bumped against the door from the other side. Banged. Banged on the door from the other side. There had been a knocked on the door from the other side. There had been a further sense to the sound. Someone hitting their head against it, trying to press an ear and listen through. Possibly. He was 3 doors from the center, but that had been confirmation this one was occupied. He motioned the hunters to the others and swiped the card. The door opened as the light turned blue, and he was assaulted by Calcarians and the smell of sex. The pair shoved him against the wall, then he pushed one away and grabbed the other by the neck. Only then, registering the male and female were naked. Cease, he hissed. I'm not the enemy. If it isn't the little warrior's heart, a male said. The Halanos of Tal leaned against the doorway, naked and grinning. When I was told to expect a visit from someone I knew, I didn't even consider you. The smell of sex was thick as Gargaran approached the door. Behind it, Calcarians were pressed too close against each other. The room shouldn't hold even a tenth of those numbers. If we were going to be that close, the Halanos said, grinning, we might as well have fun. He looked at the other hunters. As legendary as your prowesses are, tell me it's not just the 4 of you rescuing us? It isn't, Halanos of Tal. Packs are making their way here, but this is less a rescue and more an opportunity for you and yours to make the Earthers who forced this on you. Wait, what? You and yours to make the Earthers who forced this on you pay. Your nephew tells me the Tal are fierce fighters. Something about collecting hunter armors as trophies. The male grinned. Well, most of us never go looking for hunters to fight, but you do have a bad habit of showing up when least wanted. Present circumstances accepted, and I can promise you mine are more than ready to inflict revenge on those who forced us into this room. Alpha, a hunter whispered, you need to see this. The door was open to a room containing 8 Earthers currently pressing themselves against the far wall, looking as if they faced their worst nightmare. He knew that expression. He'd seen it too often in the days after he'd rescued Jer from his kidnappers and torturers. What is wrong with them? The Halanos asked. Their minds have been messed with, he replied, barely controlling the snarl. The The only good thing to his mind was that he didn't recognize any of them. There was still a chance the people behind Spreading Branch could be rescued. And that concludes chapter 64 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Darth. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I've been made aware that Cloudflare is down. Isn't it nice when we give people 1 point of attack? I don't know if it's an attack, but still 1 point of failure. Ecolimp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? All right. So this is getting PDF'd. It's unlikely to be an attack, but yes, certainly painful when half the internet has a single point of failure. Yeah. Emailing follow-up question to your reader. Oh, very cool. Okay. Let's see. Let's remove the stuff that failed. And let's give this a try. Actually, is there so? th becomes 16th. All right, let's see if you're going to post. I'll be right. And that failed, of course. All right, so let's change that to. Why aren't you giving me the ones that have made changes that I don't like? I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter which one I use. Like everything up to the ending. Enjoyed the prose and the character. Very cool. Yesterday you restarted a rewrite of the book, all in past tense. That's Dragonfall? Huh. Okay, that might be caused by cloud flare. Uh Come on. Opened it. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be able to post anything with Cloudflare being down. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it gives me more time to do the read and corrects. Want to see if it reads easier for people. Cool. I I hope that the results are satisfying, that they give you a clear answer. And all right, I am going to start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 65 of The Technician's Fight. Hold up, a hunter yelled, his voice echoing within the lift's column. Hunters, hold, a beta repeated, and Jeremy stopped climbing. They were halfway to their target level, and he thought he could make out the door beyond the hunters above him. That if? The beta said. Let me confirm. Below him, Thur grumbled something unflattering about special ops. Okay, yes, I'm reading an active sensor field above us. We keep going, and I'm confident we'll trigger an alarm. We need to reach the level, Thur said. Jeremy hooked an arm in the rung and to give his hands a rest. Options, the special ops beta instructed. Jeremy took his scanner and aimed it at the wall. Kalsarian's walls had enough space behind them they could serve as passageways, not that the Kalsarians would take them willingly, but that didn't mean there was anything of use there. Thur looked at him and he shook his head. Faint power, with that high frequency modulation, that was the tap message from Growl, but not enough power to connect to something of use. I'm searching. Snorelifem Trotori Tal said. Beta, Jeremy said, motioning below them. Go ahead, Hunter. If you can make contact with a power junction, he called, you should be able to shut items connected to it selectively. Something like a scanner has to need a solid power draw. Getting power junction manager in range, but I have the scanner itself, she replied, looking through it. Yes, it's buffered. That means I can use that to hide us. How long can you give us? Arbedo asked. However long I want. Just did a search through the buffer and there hasn't been movement in its range for the duration. I can loop a time and double, and I doubt anyone will notice. What about other sensors? Thur asked. It's Earther technology, she replied. So I'll have the same buffer. It'll have the same buffer, but I won't know what it recorded until I connect to it. That will determine what I can loop if I don't want anyone watching to notice. Jer, how attentive will an Earther at scan be? He chuckled, looking at his beta. How do you expect me to know that, Thur? The closest I got to control was a friend I had who handled comms on Einstein. And movies won't help here. The people in them do whatever the plot needs them to do. We proceed as if the Earthers have hunter training. Thur said. So do not underestimate their attentiveness. Got it, the hunter replied. Just about ready. No need to rush. Do not rush, another hunter said. I need time to scan for the next sensor. We wait just outside the door, the Special Ops Beta said. Loop is running and stable, the hunter said. We can go. Hunter, Thur said, proceed. Not long after that, Rim spoke. I'm at the door, Beta. It has power. I'm working on opening it. Jeremy hurried to take out his scanner. Pause, Thur ordered. Jer, if it's powered, that might be monitored. Special Ops, do you get anything about that? My scanner is too short range. The look Thur gave him said he considered that overstepping, but everyone seemed to be talking directly to each other at this point. Let me switch scan. Seeing the power, nothing registers out of the ordinary. He looked at Thur, who sighed and nodded. Does anything indicate the power will change once the door opens? I don't have the precision you would, but what I'm looking at is standard lock system. Power in and diverted, but going through with the open command. Nothing in the lock registered as reporting on that, and as far as I can tell, the intensity isn't going to change. The hunter pushed away from the wall so he could look over the intervening ones. Are Earthers lock tricked like that? Jimmy shrugged. Not that I know of. It was just an idea I had of how I'd make sure I'd know if a door opened. If I thought about it, someone else might have. You have a devious mind, the hunter said. I keep saying someone's wooing Jizbilium. Yaterin said. Hunter! Thur snapped. Sorry, Beta. His Beta looked annoyed. Rem, proceed with opening the door. It opened, letting in light, and they climbed. The room was filled with crates, and the door large enough Jeremy expected the lift had been dedicated to freight. They remained against the wall while the two hunters from Special Op moved toward the other door. One with eyes on the tablet attached to her arm, the other looking left and right through his visor. If not for the equipment attached to his vest, Jeremy would consider that something to look into. It would keep his hands free to do the work. Maybe if he didn't need to scan everything the male did, he could reduce how much he'd have to carry. They returned. No secondary sensors reached this far, the male said. Which means, the other said, that I didn't make contact with the other one to know what I'll have to work with. How far does this sensor field extend? Their Beta asked. 5 to 6 intersection, the male answered after tapping the key well. And there's no one behind it? And there's no one within it. I've looped it, Beta. No one will see us. But how likely is it someone will walk in on us? She looked at her tablet and tapped. Based on the buffer, very unlikely. We're at the edge of the powered station, the male said, tapping again. I recommend they take the lead and set the pace, the Beta said. They're the best equipped to ensure our safety at the moment. Beta? Third nodded. I concur. My pack takes the lead, she asked. Agreed. Sniff us a path, she instructed, joining the hunters. The trek was slow, and slowed with each sensor they came across as more and more people used the corridors, reducing both how much of the buffer could safely be looped and the time they had to sneak to a room to hide before someone walked by. They managed to avoid fights, but there had been too many close calls for Jeremy's liking. The room they were in had been an office, a desk in a corner, a sitting area in the other, shelves with ruins of books. While the two hunters were searching for a way forward, Jeremy scanned the walls. He was tired of those close calls. What are you doing? Thur asked. How likely do you think it is we can reach the command center the way we're going? They will find us a path. You didn't answer my question, Jer. I'm getting us an alternative. Jer, explain. He sighed. You aren't going to like it. Your Beta has given you an order, Hunter. He sighed again. Because you make everything larger than it needs to be, you have passageways in every wall. They aren't passageways, Jer. They're conduits for maintenance and repairs. that go all over the station. We can use them to reach the command center with no one seeing us. And all we have to worry about is keeping the sensors from registering us. They aren't for moving through, Jer. No, you don't think of them as places to move through because you can't think small. It's tight, but we can all fit. I know. I did that when the engineer had me check over most of the Bane's conduit, faster than constantly opening walls and closing them again. It won't. I like how you think, Hunter, the special ops said, cutting Thur off. Jeremy saw his friend rein in his anger. Keep this one, she said. Definitely a mine for this kind of situation. My pack isn't special ops, Thur said. She patted his shoulder. Don't worry. We'll ease you into it. But as uncomfortable as it's going to be, his idea is the best one. The corridors going forward sees heavy traffic, and we are running out of the loop's north set. Your pack, so I'll let you give the order. Thur glared at her back as she walked away. Tell me you have a better alternative, Thur said. If I did, I wouldn't have been looking for a way into the conduit. He motioned to the section of the wall, which is here. Here. His beta squared his shoulder. Open it. He faced the others. Pack up. We have a path out of view of the enemy. Special Ops remains in the lead to give us the blind spot we need and lead us to the command center. Mine takes the rear. We will be moving through the conduits. It will be tight, but we will be hidden. Unless your pack has a workable alternative, this is the route we'll take. The beta looked at her hunters, who frantically typed and swiped before admitting defeat. We won't have anything before the loop runs out, beta. Snorakir les femmes trop retard said. Then we move, she replied as Jeremy pulled the panel out of the way. They marched in, back as straight as their ears, but they twitched nervously. Jeremy's pack wasn't as brave. Troz and the Trills stopping before stepping in and needing to visibly steel themselves. Was next to last. He was next to last and felt the space much more claustrophobic than he thought it should. A look over his shoulder showed Third, ears folded back and eyes wide as he followed. When they stopped for Snora Kilifem Troto. Oh, wait a minute. That's misspelled. Trotoritar. Is it misspelled? I got oh man. This is Snow. Where are you, Snow? Oh right, this is the other pack. Yep, this is how it's spelled. To give them a loop within the sensor, the hunters took to huddling together for comfort, and Jeremy found he needed too. He'd never considered himself claustrophobic. He'd spent too many hours within the tight confine of his reactors to even think he had a problem with tight spaces, but he couldn't wait to be out of this so he could breathe properly again. Then they were moving, and he focused on their destination to avoid thinking of the walls constricting around him. They stopped, and already Thur pressed against him from behind, and Jeremy wrapped his arms around Scaram, the others stepping back into them. Even the rear special ops, for all their initial courage, were pressing against them. We're in a blind spot, the male in the front said. Jeremy knew who he was, but was too busy thinking about the walls to remember the name. Something about what's outside is blocking. More getting us out of here, Derif, the female said, and less explaining why we should stay here any longer. It wasn't someone from his pack, so he felt better knowing even Special Ops was fraying. The hand on his body were traveling more than he liked, but they distracted him from the tight spaces. Thur nuzzled the side of his neck, and Jeremy shuddered. My beta's kind of losing control back here, he called. We need to hurry this along. Thur stiffened, and his hands and muzzle stopped moving. He heard cursing ahead and was confident someone was pulling up pants. He'd point that out to Thur afterward, and hopefully this wouldn't feel as embarrassing. I have the loop, a female said, and we're close, the male added. We'll be in the wall where the power draw is before the next sensor, but we won't have long before the loop ends. Are there any indications the others are here? Thur asked, panting. His hands weren't moving anymore, but his hold on Jeremy had tightened. No, Beta, the male answered. What? No one registers as Calcarians within what I scan of where the power is. Thur nodded against the back of Jeremy's head. The hunt is disruption. Jeremy targets anything that seems to generate or accumulate power. Everyone else looks to cover him while creating chaos. Be just Billy M's children out there. As soon as we are in the command center, burst through the walls and disperse. Now move! He snapped, and Jeremy winced. They hurried, whispered thanks to one god or another. No comas. To one god or another being said. Actually, text one being whispered. Whisper thanks to one god or another being whispered. Ahead, light appeared in the conduit, then voices, screams, plasma shots. The intensity increased gradually enough his visor didn't have to adjust. Then, it has to adjust. It doesn't have a choice. Then he was in a large room with a magnificent view of a purple and yellow swirling clouds, which he forced himself to look away from. He fired over heads on his way to a console to crouch behind. He peered around it, searching. If everything was here, then what he was looking for would be there. Located the capacitor array, he hurried to type. Other side of the room, close to the window. 99 capacitors, I think. Large capacity, I do not shoot that. He peered again, looking for a way to reach it. His tablet buzzed. Move, small hops, will provide cover. He located another console and ran, keeping low as plasma bolts erupted over him. Under cover, he fired on Earthers indiscriminately while working out his next hop. He caught the attention of a hunter, gave a nod, received one in return, and ran. Bolts erupted over him in both directions this time. He looked He looked to one side of the console, then the other, shooting down an Earther in uniform. He looked to the other side again and rested against the console. Thur was going to be pissed. There was no avoiding it. He chuckled and looked up. What did he have to lose? If someone feels like meddling? No, meddling. So Thur will remain on my good side. Now would be the time. He felt ridiculous thinking that. How long should he give them? Now he was being stupid. Gods weren't a thing. He'd have to do this and deal with the consequences. He looked again. This was going to be a long run with no cover. He moved to a crouch, set his gaze on the far console, and a roar erupted from the mezzanine, and naked Calcarians jumped over the guardrail to land among the Earthers, clawing with abandon. Jeremy looked up and tried to come up with something in response, then reminded himself that, 1, gods weren't real, and 2, he had a job to do, and that wasn't admiring fighting males. He ran for the capacitor bank. That concludes Chapter 65 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. A lot of people loathe present tense. Yes, and my my issue with it in this context of your story, I don't even know if you're still there, Colib, is that when we tell a story, which is what is taking place, we don't usually tell it in the present. It's not I'm doing this, is I was doing that. So it adds to the confusion of what's actually taking place. Uh, Especially since you have the intermissions in the past, in past tense, I think. I know you have it. No, no, maybe they're not in past tense, but yeah, it's that is my issue. All right, let's see if well, I mean, it can be used stylistically. Uh, you could the issue in this specific case is the framing device. Like if the framing device wasn't there, we could simply be experiencing it as it's happening. But the framing device makes it clear that it's a story being told. So having that be in the present gets confusing. So Cloudflare still down. So I am going to start a third chapter. I'm aiming for 4 this morning. I should be good. I am confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing The Technician's Fight, Chapter 66. Alpha, the Special Ops Beta, called as he stepped away from the room the Earthers were kept. She motioned to the hunter with the visor and equipment vest next to her. Something's happening. I gave this thing Windows. I need to address that. I have plasma blast in the control center, the male said, swinging left and right as he typed. Hectic motions among the Earthers and Calcerians, unsure where they came from. To me, family, the Halanos yelled. Revenge is ours. Before Gargaron could stop them, they ran for the door. Well, the Beta said, considering how the other feels about us, all of them, naked, will be quite the distraction. He sighed. I would have preferred to coordinate the assault. With the Halan? She asked, amused. The best you get out of them is pointing and unleashing, as far as I'm concerned. She motioned to the last ones, disappearing out the door. Like that. The stampede was out of the forest. There was no stopping it. He left through the same door. His hunters behind him, and onto the mezzanine overlooking the command center. The last of the Halanos people jumping over the guardrail, stepping to it. The scene below was just William's realm, except for the periphery. He had trouble telling the Earthers from the Kelsarians they were fighting. He located Jer running for cover, nodded, and turned to his hunter. Use the chaos to take control of any device, any active control consoles. Avoid destroying them if possible. We're going to need them once the fighting is done. Capturing Earthers is the goal, but as usual, your lives come first. And you, Alpha? Berazorfiel asked. He grinned toothily. Me? He placed a hand on the guardrail. I'm going to have some fun. He jumped over it before she reacted. Conduct unbecoming of an Alpha. He could hear his Alpha complain. The Alpha oversees and commands. He landed and punched an Earther. He didn't care. He was named for the hunt, so he would be in the hunt. He grabbed the Earther running at him by the throat and threw him at one aiming at the back of a towel. He trusted his hunters to follow their orders, to know how to adapt if things changed. He walked to Earthers piled onto a towel, grabbed them by the nape and threw them away, uncaring of where they landed. Alive, Tal? He asked the panting female. She nodded and looked the fight over. She nodded and he looked the fight over. It was turning against the Tal. They didn't know how to fight Earthers. They threw themselves at them but couldn't overwhelm. The Earthers' stamina let them continue when the Tal faltered. If the Halanos had waited, he could have warned him. He walked to the closest group, stepping aside of an Earther jumping at him, turning and stepping left and right to avoid the punches. The one he landed lifted the female off the floor, and when she landed, the one he connected. When he connected, and when she landed, she didn't move. A weight landed on his back. Blunt claws grabbed at his face. He reached back, grabbed his claws sinking into fabric, and, by the pain, screamed flesh. He pulled the Earther off and slammed him down, leaving them to return to walking. Leaving them to walk to Earthers overwhelming the Tal. A scream. Okay. Right, I know what I need to adjust here. A scream filled with victory made him turn as he threw an Earther off. On the other side, arms were raised, gun fired. The Earthers had received reinforcement. The room darkened and the screams faltered. Take advantage, someone yelled. Ah, I'm leaving it like that for now. Second draft will probably require more. Take advantage, someone yelled, the words accented by rough Tomal dialect. Earthers don't see in low light. The light reflected the light reflecting off the planet was enough for his people. He rescued the Tal, a Tal, a Tal, then walked toward the reinforcement. Light returned to the command center. He didn't stop. He dealt with the Earthers who came at him, throwing them away. Him! An Earther yelled, pointing around. That's the monster! Guns and rifles were leveled at him, but before he could react, or they fire, the wall on their side exploded, and his hunters entered the battle roaring. The Earthers scattered as he took cover, shots going wild around him. When they stopped, he stood, located Kelsarians in need of help, and walked to them. The light flickered, some going off and returning on, others remaining off. He'd worry about the cause once the fighting was done. Earthers came at him and he threw them off. One aimed a gun and was shot down before Gurgran had to seek cover. He pulled the Earther off the Tal, made sure they were whole, then walked to another fight. Gurgran panted as he punched the Earther, even marshalling his stamina. This had lasted too long. The female staggered but didn't fall. She grinned and threw herself at him. He caught her, nearly fell from the weight and raised her, his arm trembling. He brought her down onto a console and her torso bent further than was normal. He needed to remain standing. He needed it to remain standing. Well, I'll give you this, Growl, a female said, stepping next to him, shooting. You do enjoy making our lives difficult. Alpha, he said, trying for a chastising tone. Brel laughed. Go someplace you can oversee everything and I'll call you that. You're, he panted, overstepping. He couldn't remember being this exhausted by a battle. You're rank. Yep. You're welcome to talk with my mates so they'll punish me properly. So, how about it, Hunter? You going to accept cover so you can continue this fight, or am I escorting my Alpha somewhere else safe? He forced himself straight. I see to the safety of my hunters before mine. She rolled her eyes. And you wonder why they make ballads about you. Thanks for the cover, Brel. She snorted. Take me after I'm done covering you. Or do you think I'm abandoning my friend just because he can stand steady? Tell me where we're going and we'll head there. He found the closest fight and walked in that direction. Gregorian sat between two overturned consoles, listening to the ebbing fighting. Try as he might, he could no longer stand. His stubbornness had resulted in a broken arm and a cauterized hole in his leg. He smiled, but it had been good. He missed these battles. He missed being on the line. A hunter stepped into his cover and crouched. Alpha, Jer said, smiling. Hunter? He replied. Tell me you didn't get this in this shape trying to keep me safe. Gurkhan laughed and regretted it. He'd been struck by the butt of a rifle in the chest, and while it didn't affect his breathing, he'd have to keep from laughing. I never caught a glimpse of you needing rescuing, little warrior. Jer showed concern. Are you okay? I can find a medic. They're mostly mopping up at this point. I'm no worse than what you see, just exhausted. Can I break rank and just be with you? Gurgran nodded. He was in no state to demand he be treated as the Alpha, and he craved his heart's touch. Jer sat, then leaned against him. Does every fight that lasts a while exhaust you? There's no way every species in the Federation has a stamina as low as you. Few do, but no one matches the Earthers. The Carcetarons are the toughest opponents I faced. Before. Until them. But they fight with a respect for their opponent that I wouldn't. Fighting them feels like taking advantage. They'll give us time to recuperate. They'll insist the fighting pause until we can breathe again. No matter how often we've turned it against them, they won't change how they fight. They won't dishonor the word. And all one told me, it is all one told me when I asked for a reason. You're telling me that every Kishtarenz is like that? No, but those who fight and dishonor the word don't fight alongside others of their species. They're Alan working with others, and alone Kelsotoran isn't the problem. A pack of them are. Alpha, Beta said, stepping around the console, then stopped looking at them, and couldn't seem to figure out how to continue. What is it, Beta Thurl Selminial? The male shook himself. The fighting is done. The Earthers have been secured. Good. Get with other betas, work out who, but the station needs to be searched for any remaining Earthers. Has the Bane been contacted? Beta Zorfiel has one of our hunters working on getting the station's comm working. Jer stood. Can we call this a species thing? He asked his beta and not give me a lecture? The beta seemed put off. If the alpha hasn't chastised you, it isn't my place to do so. I'll see to it the hunter doesn't have this lapse again, beta. That didn't help the beta's discomfort. He shook himself. The Halanos of Tal is demanding to see you, Alpha. Thank you, Beta. He pushed to his feet and hobbled to the other male, who had cobbled together pants and a vest out of earther armor. The male looked him over and smiled. So it is true what they say of alpha hunters. They will sink their claws in the prey as much as their hunters. Just like we say no Halan can be trusted, Gurgran replied. Tahano's expression darkened, then he grinned. I understand. I don't have to fear all alphas will be like you. Thank you for the message you sent. I'm sorry your help resulted in your capture and discomfort in those cells. The male stepped forward, straightening. I have rendered service beyond the agreement. Gurgran nodded. It would take adjudication to work out the specifics of that, but he wouldn't let it hang between them like a claw ready to rip. And I will return gratitude in kind. I will not mention the presence of your clan, Alanos. Oui! He locked eyes with the male and silenced him. Take your people and go to your ship, as well as any Earther ship they can crew. They, like you, will never have been here. I expect you had the time to get accustomed to Earther technology since I gave you your other ship. He saw the calculations in the male's eyes. Was this really enough to qualify as in kind? Again, they need adjudicators. He reached behind a shattered console and pulled in unconscious Earthers. That's mine, the Alanos said. To be made to pay for the treatment me and mine received. The Earther male was raised differently from the others. There was a sense of authority in the garb. Was he the man in charge as the Earther had called their leader? If he was, how vital was he? That was the Gurgran only recognized him as the male who had singled him out as a monster. That was the wrong question. Did he want him, along with the trouble the Halanos would cause for being denied? Is yours, Halanos. This satisfies our agreement in full. Again, calculations. By both our namesakes, Alanos, Gurgran said, this satisfies the agreement in full. Finally, the male nodded. The agreement is satisfied, Hunter Alpha. He smiled. I enjoyed working with you. If you want to do that again, don't hesitate to have my nephew reach out to me and tell him that should he miss home, I will welcome him back among the Tal and keep his mother off his back. Gurgran only barely kept from snorting. The days Anialher Talahan returned home, he'd go to his mother and rejoice in the misery he caused her. I will. The male turned and left, dragging the Earther as if he was nothing more than a log. No. This is a mistake, Alpha. letting the Halan have those ships, that prisoner. He rounded on her. You are forgetting your rank, Beta. Beta Berlin, no, took a step back in surprise. No, Beta. I'll give you leeway, both for protecting me and because of our bond outside the hunt. But the hunt isn't done. I'm the Alpha. My decisions won't be questions unless I ask for them to be questions. If you feel this is a grave error in my judgment, report to my Alpha for her to demand an explanation. Am I clear? Yes, Alpha. Status. Bedazorfield Gorimilan reports that they've made contact with the Bane. Ships are fleeing. They're not to give chase. We have enough here. Have the bridge Beta contact the leadership about the conclusion of the hunt and that the report will be forthcoming. They'll probably send ships here, but that's still... Well, uh, they'd send ships here. I don't need the here. They'd send ship. They'd send ships, but that still gave him the time to find the other prisoners. But it take months to arrive. Ample time to find the other prisoners. Spreading branch. If they were here. And pull as much information from the Earther servers as he needed. He wasn't letting anyone bar him from further hunts relating to this. And that concludes chapter 66 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Fox, welcome to the stream. Good morning. You got educated. The thing closest to Remembrance Day in Germany was last Sunday. It's called People Grieving Day and means the same thing as yours. Cool. Last Sunday. Do you mean Sunday the 16th or the 9th? All right. Okay, looks like Cloudflare might be back in function. Let's see if... Ah, 13th makes 16th. Let's see if it's stable enough. Well, yeah, it's kind of how it goes. And it posted. Cool. Ba, 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 ba. All right. Done. Uh, 16th isn't exactly about the date. Has to be on the Sunday. 2 weeks before the first Sunday of December. Well, okay, cool. For us, it's on a specific date. Um, it's on the 11th. I suspect that it has a significance, but I don't know what it is. Sixteenth, 18th. And how are you doing, Fox? What are you up to today? Yeah, it's also working for me, Lizard. Patreon is a little sluggish, which may be a Patreon thing. It's got days where it's not that great. You got a second holiday, and tomorrow. Uh, Praying and repenting. It's only a few states, but you get that day off, so you're happy. Very cool. Yeah, my next holiday is the holidays. I'll be taking the 26th of December off. Maybe the first. I haven't decided yet. Um, the 26th is because I'm going to Walmart and hoping for chocolate to be discounted so I can build up my supply. And I should take the first as well. I just don't. I'll. It'll depend entirely on how wise I am. Which has a track record. I'm not often good. Wisdom is not a defining trait for me. Oh, this marks the 3 standard one. I am going to do. Come on. I'm going to do the other 2 that I usually do, which is Harker and Tyrannus, and then see if I can slip another one. Because some of them might be a little large, and time might be a little short. All right. Alrighty. I'm going to start another read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the 23rd of August, addressing the senders for Harker Academy, or the Harker Project. Patrick came awake with a jerk and looked around as his sister mothered. Really? Don't you know how to drive? Maybe I should tell the voice to cause your car to fail. Where are we? There were cars all over the place, but it wasn't a road. Harker, Richard said in his ear. The parking lot by campus ground, Pamela added, but I'm regretting not parking on the other side of the city and having us walk. He rubbed the remaining sleep out of his eyes. Richard wants to know if you're okay with him taking over the GPS. He hacked his way into the car's computers and can route us. He can do something about what I'm stuck just listening to, so yes, get us parked. The dash display flickered and the resolution of the image dropped, but each car around them now had arrows indicating where they were going. Where they would go. No, where they would go, he realized. What the hell is that? Standard text script writing mode. Huh. Where they would go, he realized, as cars currently moved differently than what the display showed. Ready? Appeared above it. Yep, she said, tightening her hands on the wheel. Please tell me this comes with a margin of error, he said. Of course, Richard replied. He sighed. Please tell me it comes with a wide margin of error. He sometimes hated Richard using precision to skirt around answers. Define wide. Before he could speak, the car moved, almost touching the one fitting into a parking spot. The one in the process of exiting came to a sudden stop, and she drove past them, then around to arguing for a spot. Patrick couldn't make sense of the display and figured his sister was relying on what she heard from it to maneuver instead of what it showed. He closed his eyes as she hurried into a spot to not see the guaranteed collision with the other car, and then they weren't moving. There had been no abruptness or crunching of polymers, so he cracked an eye open. They were parked. He looked out the window. How am I supposed to get out? He was barely able to crack the door open. No one's respecting the lines, Richard said, and the parking authority is already overwhelmed. Don't expect anyone to get a ticket. Which includes us. Pamela said, I'm well over the line, thanks to the voice. It was that or not parking the century. I hope it's not going to be like this every day. We'll be in a dorm, she said. We'll walk to class. Or take the bus, Richard added. They have a decent transit system connecting the dorms to every building as well as transfer point to the Findlay Transit. There's a subway connecting to downtown Findlay, which has a train to Pittsburgh. You won't have to drive anywhere if you don't want to. How about we settle in, Pamela said, and hope the dorm comes with parking? Can't help you there, Richard said. Still haven't made it into Harker's computer. Good to know you aren't the god of computers, Pamela said. Pam, Patrick chastised her, and she raised an eyebrow. Neither of them considered themselves overly religious, but she'd shed more of it than he had since leaving the Bricks congregation and the Reverend's fire and brimstone sermon. Patrick had worked through the hate for his attraction to men, not the sermons Parole had created, but he still respected God, if not the men and women who claimed to speak for him. She, not so much. I never claimed to be such, Richard said. There are plenty of computers I can't get into. I'm just surprised a university has this kind of security on it. Even Harvard isn't this secure. She slipped out of the barely opening door, and Patrick went over his options again, deciding on lowering the window and pulling himself out this way. Still a tight fit against the other car, but at least he didn't rip his shirt this way. He walked on the hood to reach the ground, his sister locking up the car. His sister closing the window and locking up the car. I thought it would be cooler, he mused. Probably all the cars, she offered. She motioned to the crowd, her smile turning vapid. Ready, bro? I wish you wouldn't do that, he replied, then walked onto campus proper. The line moved agonizingly slow. He'd even resorted to playing Castle Crash on his phone in spite of the regular request for him to go to the shop and buy extra turns. He hated the introduction of microtransaction enough. He'd emailed the devs to let them know. They never replied, not that he'd expected them to. Pamela tapped his shoulder and motioned to the remaining person before them, and he put his phone away. He needed to find a new time-killer game. Name, the exhausted-looking guy on the other side of the table said. Patrick Sanders. Your ID's already up on the phone. Your ID's already up on your phone, Richard said, so he took it out again. ID, the man asked, and he presented it. He looked, scanned it, and typed on the laptop. A key card went into a reader and exited and was handed to him. You're in Carter. The key Card will let you in where you need to be. If it doesn't, you don't belong there. It's your campus money card, so put what you want on it. You can do that from either from the site or any teller. The site will explain how. Next. Patrick stepped aside, putting the card in his wallet. There's, Pamela said, I think you're, wrong? No, the man said. You get what the system says I gave you. I get you what the system I gave you. I gave you what the system said to give you. Is there a problem? Patrick asked, stepping next to his sister. He didn't know if she'd keep up the act to the point she'd let the guy walk over him. He'd seen it happen a few times. He has me in, a different dorm? You're in Carter, the man said. She's in Leakey. It's one of the all-girl dorms. We're supposed to room together, he said. That's not what the system says. So we requested, go to the registrar. It's their problem. Next! Pamela looked about to protest, so he pulled her away. What is wrong? She said plaintively. Stop it, Pamela. Please. You don't need a dumb blonde act here. She gave him a vapid smile. Oh, what's an act? He ground his teeth and made fist. I hate that you do this. You know that. But I'm your sister. You have to love me. I can still hate you. He walked as she silently matched his pace. After a while, without a sign indicating where the registrar's office was, he checked his phone. A search on the academy site gave him the map and direction, and he turned to follow and bumped into someone. Sorry, he said, looking up, and stared at the guy who'd kept walking. A confident march, with an expensive jacket hugging his form and hinting at nice muscles, crisp slacks, and an ass that almost made him whistle. Pamela did. That's dreamy. He agreed. They sure tasted men. You're wasting your time, someone said, and he looked and lowered his gaze. My brother's not into women. The guy couldn't be more than 5 feet. Oh! Pamela exclaimed in delight, looking at the short man in an expensive sports jacket over a pure white shirt. Isn't he cute? She reached for him, and the guy's expression turned dark. Lady, you touch me, and I'm going to dismantle your hand at the wrist, bone by bone. And he's got teeth, she said with glee. Isn't he so adorable? Despite her dumb smile, she stopped reaching. Patrick sighed. I'm sorry, what a fuck ever, the small man said. Just stay out of my way. He barreled through them, and Patrick barely moved in time to avoid getting his shin hit by the metal case he carried. Pamela giggled as she danced out of the way. He watched the man go, controlling his anger. In spite of his diminutive size, he was great looking. He never researched little people, but he thought they usually had deformations relating to their condition. And was he thinking sex with him would be a thing? Wasn't that objectifying the guy? He turned his anger on his sister. That was too fucking... He forced his mouth shut, closed his eyes, and breathed. He was annoyed with her, angry at himself. How could you treat him like he's nothing more than a puppy? He asked. She still smiled when he opened his eyes. He is kind of cute, in an angry puppy kind of way. Some of the airiness left her. There's a lot of tech in that case. Richard, Patrick asked when he remained silent. The added information usually came immediately, even when he didn't want it, which this time he did, if only to know who to apologize to for his sister's behavior. Working on it. His phone's kept me out, which implies the tech in his case is good. I can't get into Harker's system, so I can't use the campus cameras. I'm hopping through cell phones for one that saw him, so there you are. Okay, one Arthur Orr from San Francisco, so they're basically neighbors. Good to know we aren't the only ones from the other side of the country picked for a scholarship. You are, Richard said. He and his brothers are attending on their own dime. Well, their parents. The Orrs are moneyed. Please tell me you haven't hacked their account. Not that stupid. Banks are one place that's serious about their security. I'm in the RRS's server, looking at last year's return, and yeah, they can afford the tuition. Huh. That's your I smell a quest coming home. Well, with that kind of money, what are they doing at what is basically a third-rate college? No offense, but Harker's not proven. Just looking over their school records, and yeah, these guys could get into whatever place they want. Arthur could be at Caltech, at least. There's something more to this than drop it. Patrick, this is the kind of drop it, Richard. They are entitled to their privacy, whatever reasons whatever the reasons are for them picking Harker over other places, it's theirs and it's going to remain theirs. I want your word, Richard. You are dropping this. Richard sighed. I'm dropping it, but under protest. You can lodge the protest with the Supreme Court for all I care. Richard snickered and Patrick felt better. He looked at his sister. Pamela, this isn't the Brick, or even the Barrows. Bricks, that's plural. Or even the Barrows. You don't have to hide the amazing woman you are. This is a brand new place without gangs, without abusers over at every corner. You can be you here. Her smile was sad. I love that you think that, Patrick, but you're a guy. I'm a girl. There are always guys ready to force themselves on me. Her smile turned vapid. This is how I control them, big bro. You don't have to. You shouldn't have to. Richard, tell her. You don't want me to read statistics, Patrick. They aren't in your favor. Fuck! This was supposed to be a better place. Look, your sister is, statistically, safer in PA than she ever was in Cisco. But abuse toward women is well above that toward men everywhere in the U.S. I don't think anything can be done about it. I don't think this is the kind of thing Ghost could do anything about. I mean, if he was still active and all that. He sighed and reined in his disappointment. No one had promised him a perfect world while he was alive. They'd have to do the best they could. Let's get the housing situation resolved and we can deal with the rest afterward. The registrar's office was sufficiently crowded Patrick considered not bothering, but he doubted getting this resolved would get easier if they moved into their separate dorms. I can deal with this on my own, he told his sister. She glanced in. You don't mind? No, I'll text you when I'm done. Hand me your card in case they need to change things on it. He tapped his ear. You want company while I'm in here? I'm in there. Don't pass me over, Richard said. What if you need help? Can't get into the computers, Richard. But I can get into the phones and warn you if this isn't the Barrows. These are just students and parents looking to get problems fixed. Pamela looked like she'd changed her mind, then shook her head again. Keep the voice. I'll walk around. It's a nice campus. He almost warned her against hooking up with a guy, but he just told Richard this wasn't home, and his sister was as much of an adult as he was. He hoped she'd remember to warn him if she did, but he'd deal with that then. He entered and took position behind someone. Almost immediately, someone was behind him. Is this the line to deal with housing? A woman behind him asked. He chuckled. I hope so, because that's why I'm in it. Lost your dorm too? More like mismanaged. My sister and I are supposed to share one, and they have us in different buildings. He offered his hand. Patrick. Amelia. She shook it. What are you studying? I'm here as part of the archaeology course. I'm on the police track, ballistic science, aiming for CSA work, crime scene analysis, he added at a confused expression. It's kind of weird they offer archaeology and criminology, don't you think? He shrugged and thought about it. Wasn't planning on attending. What changed your mind? We won a scholarship. Hey, congrats. What made you decide on Harker? The man behind it? He raised an eyebrow. You know Tracy Harker, the archaeologist? Not my field, I guess. I didn't know it wasn't named after someone. So he's teaching? He runs the archaeology department, and yes, he's teaching some courses, although nothing in the first year. Although there aren't any other years right now, so who knows? Maybe he'll take over a class here and there. I really hope so. No other years? Really? Is that normal? I don't know. Maybe it is for new schools. It's not like I've ever attended a brand new school before. She nodded ahead of him, and Patrick moved. Never did anything brand new back home. It was all secondhand. Not sure how to feel about all this shininess. Just don't get blinded by it, and you'll be fine. They continued talking as they moved, and Patrick reached the counter. The woman there was older and harried looking. "Afternoon, ma'am." She closed her mouth, her expression lightened slightly. "What can I do for you, young man?" He handed her the pair of cards. "Me and my sister requested to room together when we filled the forms, but we are in different dorms." "Name?" "Sanders, Patrick, and Pamela, 1L." She smiled. "Not enough Sanders to cause confusion." "Sorry." Amelia snickered. "Yes, we have her rooming in one of the girls' dorm, and you are in one of the boys' one. Sorry, we have her rooming in one of the all girls' dorm, and you are in one of the all boys' one. As much as I appreciate the selection that gives me, we want to room together." His face burned as he realized what he'd implied, but the woman simply smiled. She typed, frowned, typed some more. "I'm going to need you to wait here. Wait over there. Someone needs to look at this." The area she pointed him to had chairs, so he dropped into one and took his phone out. Castle Crash or search for another game, one that didn't do microtransaction, hopefully. "Sanders?" a man called before he found something. The man motioned for him to approach. "What's the problem?" "Me and my sister have been put in different dorms." "Yes, that's how we do it. Men in one, women in another. The site said there are mixed dorms, and we both requested to room together when we filled the forms." "I appreciate that, but our system doesn't show that. If it had, we would have put you together." "I've pulled the approved form from the buffer and sent it to your phone," Richard said. Patrick brought them up and showed the screen. "Those are the approved form returned by your system after we submitted them. They show we requested the rooms to room together." He reined in his anger. "Look, I'm sorry to be pushy about this, but me and my twin have lived together our entire lives. We want to room together." "Can you send that to me?" "You're lucky you brought them. I can't use just your word." "I understand, and I'm glad they were there." "You're welcome," Richard said. The door opened onto a hall with 2 bathrooms on the right and 4 closed doors. "Sharing bathroom is going to be interesting," Pamela said. "At least there are 2. You can hog one, and the rest of us will make do with the other." "I hope not," a man yelled behind one of the closed doors. The second on the left opened. "Sorry, couldn't help over here. Sound insulation sucks. I'm Jeff." "Patrick, this is my sister Pamela." "Patrick, my sister Pamela." "We're in 4?" Jeff pointed to the door facing his. "Lucky you. You aren't stuck between 2 rooms. I hope they'll be quiet." "We will be," Pamela said, patented dumb smile plastered on. "We have a strict no bringing guys back to our dorm." "You mean partners," Jeff said. Pamela got that overly thoughtful expression Patrick hated. "No," she stretched the word. "Me and Patrick can't bring guys. If we want to have sex, we go to their room." "You're gay?" "Fuck! I shouldn't have assumed. Sorry." "Don't worry about it, Pamela. How about we go put our things away?" He offered possibly more forcefully than he had the way Jeff eyed her, and she didn't protest. Swiped his card and opened the door. He motioned her in, then closed it behind him. "I think we need to change the rules to no sex in any of these rooms." She snorted. "Absolutely not." "Pamela, if the walls are thin, I don't—" "Then don't pay attention when me and Jeff go at it. You don't even know the guy." "You're the one with the rules about knowing who you sleep with, Patrick, not me." You looked the room over to have something else to think about. 2 beds separated by a small dresser on the opposite wall. "Bed in the corner or the middle?" she asked. "I'll take the corner. Just remember to push the chair in after you study." The height meant storage under them, but not having his feet touching the floor when he swung his legs over would take getting used to. The desk faced the bed, making it easy to determine who would use which. The closet was larger than his and hers combined. Back home, the closet was larger than his and hers combined back home. But it wasn't like he'd have a use for it. His contained stuff instead of clothing. They didn't own enough to fill those dressers, let alone a closet. He threw the suitcase on his bed, opened it, and stared. What the fuck? He glared at his sister. What the? He forcefully lowered his voice. This wasn't a conversation he wanted Jeff or anyone else to overhear. He grabbed the black armor. What is the meaning of this? Oh, I saw you forgotten to pack it, so I did it for you. I didn't. He lowered his voice again. I didn't forget. I wasn't bringing Ghost. This isn't the Barrows. He's not needed here. Why is that? He noticed someone staying out of the conversation. You told her to do this, didn't you, Richard? The man snorted. Who, other than your mother, can get your sister to do anything? You're telling me that if I drive to Cisco, kick your door down, and demand to know what part you played in the suit ending up in my suitcase, you're going to tell me nothing? Now, Patrick, no need for threats. I didn't claim not to be involved, just that there's no way I could tell your sister what to do. All I did was point out that if something happened, it would be a shame if you didn't have a way to don the suit and for Ghost to go to the rescue. Rescue of who? He demanded and glared at the door. This was worse than being home. At least there he knew when he and Pamela were alone and could scream. Richard, there are no gangs here, the man snorted. Fine. There aren't my responsibility. I'm a student, not a vigilante anymore. I never was even that, he corrected, hating himself for having used what the media had taken to calling anyone with powers who protected the people in the night since Jacksonville. That's the thing. I aim to remind that Jacksonville is a thing. Then don't put it on, Richard said in far too calm a tone. I can't force you to be Ghost. That's your decision. I just think you're an idiot for not having him around should you need him. It's a suit, not a person. He hated that he'd voiced this. I am Ghost, not some outside force. Me. Then he made him sound like the vigilante the media claimed he and the people like him were. The only thing he'd done was keep the gangs from taking over the Barrows. But hearing them talk, he was no better than they were, acting outside the law. Like the laws gave a fuck about the Barrows. It's an identity you decide to take up or not, Richard said. At least this way, you have the choice. He took the earpiece and glared at it. I hate you too. She patted his cheek. No, you don't. He was tempted to swat the hand away. Instead, he threw the armor in the closet. The headpiece, legs, and boots jointed. At least he had a use for the closet now. And that concludes August 23rd for the Sanders for Harker. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe. Hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on my Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, Fox. A little late, but have a good rest of your day. Leaving, have fun with my reading correcting. Hope finally get the money and capitalized. Make a step back and give me your sweets for a reasonable price. Thank you very much. I'll be right back. 14th comes 24th. Oh, right. I forgot to compile. Because I usually. I need to throw in something for Claudia. Okay, in September, I need to address Eric. Next one, next week. And Tyrannus. Eric looked for a chair, not finding one. Looked for a chair, not finding one. He sat on the edge of the bench. He'd known he was strong, but he hadn't known he was different from the usual builder. Until he'd gone mad himself, he'd chalked up those insane chalked up those insane builders as being the result of poor willpower or something that had been forced on them, like it had been within the builder core. After having been insane, in known there was a joy in letting go, in letting the ability take over and building whatever came to mind. With that new knowledge, he'd figured some just gave in. It wasn't a lack of will or losing a battle, it was wanting to live with that joy. That can't be right. Eric's voice was soft. It is. I've worked with plenty of techers over my career. Not one of them can shut it down. Most of what they do in the TID is teach techers coping methods so they can function. The more powerful the techer, the harder it is for them. But for some, even closing their eyes doesn't help. If we come across one of them, short of sending them in the middle of the wilderness, we know it's just a question of time until they go mad. Shouldn't that mean children would go insane? Isabel asked, awe in her voice. Eric shook his head. We get stronger as we age. There's that, and children's minds are more flexible. They can be assaulted by all that technology, but they just let it flow over and around them. It's around the age of 10 that we start to see problems in the more powerful ones. Eric had always seen diagrams as far back as he could remember. They'd been. Oh, okay. As far back as he could remember, they'd been part of his world. How old had he been when he actively worked at not seeing them? 12? 13? Eric looked at the man, a frown forming. You seem to know a lot about techers. I thought this was a psychology department. It is. It's what I taught for years, but I've been in charge of the science department for over a decade now. There's a lot of overlap between science and techers. I've had to learn about them. That made sense, Rick thought. George looked at him speculatively. You know, I think I should put you under an MRI. Eric stood up. Oh no, I'm not getting experimented on. Young man, do you have any idea how unique you are? We need to know how you do this so we can help others. Look, I'm sorry, but you can't teach what I do. It isn't something I learned, it's just the way I am. But if we can see how you're different from other techers, we can work out methods to. The man's phone rang. With a curse, he looked at it, sighed, and picked it up. Rita, I'm sorry, I can't. Can I call you? He listened. I know it's difficult, but it's what you always wanted to do. You'll work through it. Didn't they assign you a partner to help you? He was silent and smiled. Rita, that's what he's there for. That's why they assigned rookies to experienced officers. He isn't going to judge you for asking questions. Now, I'm sorry, but I need to deal with something here. I love you. He put the phone back on his desk. I'm sorry, where were we? You were going to help me work out who made that. Eric indicated the diagram on the screen. The look George gave him made it clear he knew that wasn't what they were talking about, but he didn't press. He turned to the screen. It's attached to the neck. Then it could have something to do with motor functions. If you'd seen this in only one person, my guess would have been something to help with some sort of deficiencies. But how many students did you say had this? A dozen easily. All exactly this, no variation? None. If it helps, there were filament going into the brain. George nodded. That makes more sense. You should have mentioned that first. This is a mind control device. Isabel snorted. Really? Mind control? Did I just sit down to watch the making of a bad movie? No, Isabel, you haven't. This is serious. Strongberg isn't as strict. Strongberg has strict rules about what techers can and can't do. We let them get away with a lot, hence the regular explosions and out-of-control robots, she added. We only had 2 of those this year, but my point is that we draw the line at anything that puts the student directly at risk. Do you know who the affected students are? Sorry, I don't know anyone other than Isabel. Do you have a way we could detect the device? If we can follow some of them, we might be able to work out who is behind us. Maybe they are all in the same extracurricular club. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the students decided to experiment on his schoolmates. Eric considered it. He looked at the diagram in his mind, spun it around, zoomed in. What was it made of? A list of possible material appeared. Could something interact with them? A new diagram formed, and he let it. All he did was keep it constrained within the known laws of physics. He looked around the room at each item's diagram added itself to what we was seeing. They broke apart and reformed as part of the new device he was inventing. He smiled. Never had he'd never have been able to make something like this when he was in the army. No, that wasn't true. He could have, but it wouldn't have been portable. Science had advanced so much in his absence. Everything had become so small. All the parts snapped together and his hand itched to make it. I can make something. I can make you something. Everything I need is here. He reached for the closest device, taking his tools out of his bag with the other hand. You can't use that. Eric stopped reaching for it. The diagram spun in his vision, one of them flashing. In that case, I'm going to need that over there. The line is tool. He lined his tools on the desk, waiting to be handed the item he needed. I didn't mean you can't use that one specifically. You can't use anything here. These are student projects. Their grades depend on it. Eric looked at the man, trying to make sense of what he was saying. What do you mean I can't use them? It's all here. There was an edge to his voice. Can't simply take apart a student's project. They need them. They'll be how they prove what they can do when they go looking for work. Eric just stared. How is some kid's toy more important than his work? His invention? Look, you asked me to make you something. I told you I can make it, and now you're saying I can't build it? You don't just do that to me. He leaned forward, closer to the man. The threat was clear in his voice. You don't do that to me, do you? Isabel placed a hand on his arm. Eric, are you okay? He spun, ready to yell at her. Couldn't she see he had important work to do and that she was bothering him? The instant he looked into those deep brown eyes, it all went away. The need to build was replaced with a memory of he and her laughing over bad food at the mess. He closed his eyes, took a breath, and rubbed his face. Okay, that was different. What happened? Her eyes was filled with concern when he opened his. It crept up on me a lot more subtly than before. I can usually feel the madness approaching. And you didn't this time? She pulled on his arm and guided him to a bench. He sat. The need just became stronger. It built until when you said I couldn't make it, I was ready to break everything here. He frowned. I wonder if it's because of what Peake did. Who? George was looking at him intently. A young telepath I met. He pulled me out of the builder madness the last time I succumbed to it. Where is he now? There was an eagerness in the man's voice that made Eric cautious. He left along with his family. He's a child of the wind. They were kicked out of the city a few days ago. Damn it! The older man grumbled while Eric and Isabel stared. He took a breath. I apologize. I don't think you realize the significance of what the young furry can do. I'm going to guess other telepaths can't do that. You're correct. Because Tecker madness is a mental condition, it's one of the first things that was tried. Even now, whenever we hear of a new telepath, we try to convince them to let us run tests on them to see if they can do for what they can do for Teckers. If even one could bring a Tecker back to sanity, even for a moment, the things we could learn would be incredible. Eric didn't like the wistfulness in the man's voice. George sighed. Unfortunately, at that point, a Tecker's mind is so different, it's beyond their capability to do anything. I've spoken to one, and he couldn't even understand what he was seeing in the woman's mind. It wasn't that she thought about technology. Her basic thought process had turned alien, and now you tell me that a roamer boy? They don't like being called that. Eric kept the annoyance out of his voice. He understood that George didn't mean anything by it, but that, with the previous wistfulness, made him uncomfortable around the man. Maybe coming to him hadn't been a good idea. George waved the comment aside. Cannot only do what no other telepath can, but he was able to bring you back to sanity? And I'll never be able to find him? Yeah, He didn't like how he was talking about peak like something he could dissect. He certainly wasn't going to mention he could find them again if he put his mind to it. He already had a design for a tracker to set to find listens to the wind, and once he knew where she was, Peak would be there too. Eric stood. He made sure his voice was neutral when he spoke, even if all he wanted was to scream at the man Peak wasn't some test subject. He was a 4-year-old with far too many responsibilities on his shoulders already. I'm sorry I can't be of any more help. Isabel, do you want me to walk you to your office, your classroom? The cow studied him for a second, looked at George, and then Eric again. She nodded. My office, please. Eric helped her to her feet. Again, I'm sorry I couldn't help. He'd come here for his help, and the man had turned this into a data gathering meeting about how his ability worked. And the man was so lost in thought, he didn't even acknowledge the departure. Eric looked for the signs, twitching the fingers as he fought the compulsion to reach for tools, but the eye movement that looked over designs only he could see. But George wasn't a builder. He was just lost in thoughts. Eric held Isabel's cane as she took his arm and led her outside. The air had warmed up again. He turned to head to her office, but she tugged him towards the bench at the end of the road. I'm going to sit here and wait for the bus. Eric was too stunned to react when she took the cane from him. What do you mean? I know you, Eric. You're not going to walk away from this. Even in the army, you had a hard time leaving anything unfixed. You heard Professor Mendes. This is mind control. I can't just let it continue, but that can wait until I've seen you to your office. No, it can't. Isabel, I can take the bus there, Eric, but you can't make that machine. But if you can't make that machine, how are you going to track the affected students? He shrugged. That was for him. I don't need any device. He nodded to two students walking by. I can see it. All I have to do is follow them. Good. Then you can do that. Eric sat next to her. He can wait. Eric, Isabel, this isn't negotiable. I'm not leaving you alone to wait for the bus. I can find other students to follow afterwards. How would it look if I just left you here? A gentleman doesn't abandon a lady in need of assistance or company. He simply doesn't. She sighed, her lips curling up. She patted her leg. I do miss people thinking that way. Eric squeezed her hand. He had noticed a definite and everyone for themselves type of attitude since returning to Tyrannus. The bus took 10 minutes to arrive, and he helped her on it. He almost joined her, but she pushed him off. You have something to do. I'll be fine. He fought the urge to argue with her, and once the bus left, he had to close his eyes and remind himself she knew the area. She was a woman capable of taking care of herself. Didn't need to be there when she got off the bus. He caught her glaring at him as the bus disappeared around the corner. The two students were long gone, but he found another one, speaking on her phone and smiling at the people around her. She stopped to help another student pick up the book he'd dropped. 6 or 7 had walked by without even looking his way. They spoke for a moment and then went their separate way. By the time the student entered a building, 8 others had joined her, all with the same device in the back of their neck. The building might have been a hotel at one time, but where the name would have been, a large wrench had been secured to the facade with Rugberg Engineering Building under it. As he followed them through the corridors, more and more joined until he wasn't following but one with the crowd. The people around him greeted him amicably, men and women, humans and furries, when asked if he was new to the class. When he nodded, the beagle started on how wonderful Professor Amiral was, how she'd help him improve not just his engineering scores, but even his other classes that improve. The room was another amphitheater, and Eric kept to the back, watching the students sit and speak to each other. There was a definite sense of jovialty among them. Hadn't seen anything like that since his time in the army, where bonds were formed under duress of war, and any time you weren't on the front lines, you drank in life. If someone had just described how they were behaving, instead of him seeing them in a classroom, Eric would have said they were just starting leave. It wasn't everyone. Here and there, a student wasn't joining in, even 7 in total in the crowd of over 200 students. The one thing those 7 had in common was the lack of a device on their neck. Silence fell. It was instant. One moment, everyone had been talking and laughing. The other, they were sitting still, looking ahead as a tall woman, human, with short cropped blonde hair and a precise gray suit, entered from the door at the bottom of the room. It was eerie. They were like machines, perfectly motionless. No, not quite. Their heads turned slightly as they followed her. She stopped next to the podium, and now they were utterly still. Good afternoon, everyone. Her voice was powerful but gentle. The shape of the room helped the sound carry, but Eric had the impression she didn't need it. I hope you've all read the assigned chapters, because today we are diving into the... He turned her out. Some focusing on the students. They were attentive to her. They wrote down everything she said, word for word. He glanced at the student close to him, and yes, they were taking down her exact word. Everyone was. Some used pen and paper, some on a laptop, tablets, or their phone, but they were taking notes. The only ones who weren't were the students without the devices. One was, but Eric could see she had trouble keeping up. Another had an expression Eric had seen often in the army. It asked, what was the point in any of this? A few were nodding off. One of the students woke with a start, and no one around him reacted to it. Eric had been in classes this boring, and any time something like that happened, the teaching had to stop as the students laughed and jeered. Here, not even a snicker or a sideways glance. The only person to react to it was the woman standing by the podium. Mr. Romy, she said, her voice severe, am I boring you? Again, no reaction from the students. The only ones who turned to watch the boy's reaction were those without the device. A girl also looked around at the still student and shuddered. No, ma'am, I'm sorry. The boy blushed. I wasn't able to get much sleep last night. I see. She tapped her finger on the podium. How about you come to my office after class? We can talk about this. Maybe I can help you find a way to have a better night's sleep. After all, this is an institute of learning, not partying. Yes, ma'am. She agreed. Eric agreed with the girl who had shuddered. This was creepy. Not the exchange, but the stillness in everyone else. Even without Professor Mendes stating it, he would have known this was mind controlled by watching them. She resumed speaking, and the writing resumed as well. Eric waited 5 minutes, then left the room. Outside, he found he was shaking. What kind of person did that to our students? Excuse me. He asked an older man, a teacher, he hoped, "Can you tell me where Professor Amiriel's office is?" Switches right. It's not like the image matters. I remove it afterward. All right. How long is this? 2500. I should have that. Alrighty, I am going to do another chapter confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 67 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy looked over the panel's information. How did you shut down the lights here? It was an earther design, but overlaid on a Kelsiran console, and he had difficulty making sense of the information. We located conduits in the wall that originated at those earther connections for their reactors, the hunter said. The hunter he spoke to on comm said, now that they had control of the station, they could use them again. Who's we? Me, Ravel, and Hunter Teramikora Miteral work in maintenance on the Bane. We set about figuring out the power situation, and Vida Harshell found the power distribution matrix in the memory of a console we were able to power up. With that, we worked out what to cut to power to depower the command center. So why wasn't he seeing that lack of power on the display? I can confirm lights went out, but that's it. Their backup powered them afterward, and if I'm reading this correctly, there's still power coming from engineering, but I have no idea how they built this interface. For all I know, nothing is reporting correctly. But I can deal with that later. He looked for Thur or Growl. Even if he'd gotten permission from his beta to make decisions resolving this situation, he was their expert with Earther Power Station. I need you to repower the lights. They're going through the capacitor bank faster than solar's currently keeping up, or were they also powering the rest of command? It would later. That's going to be difficult. Why? You cut them. Just reconnect them. We physically cut the power line, Hunter. Attempting to reconnect it while on one side is powered is not advisable. How did you manage that with power going through? That would have killed anyone applying a cutter to the line. Tremel found an arc saw in the cabinet. Tremel had trouble figuring out what to say to that. Arc saws were used to cut through hull-thick sheets as parts of construction. For one to be there, he didn't know what the Earthers had been planning or had to do. Okay. Any way you can divert power? I'm not in a position to get down there, and I can't talk you through shutting the reactor down. I'll see what we can do. How long do we have? He looked at over the readings, a couple of hours at most. I'll see what I can do from this side to lower the demand. After that, it's 18 hours until the station's out of the planet's shadow. With that said, he worked on figuring out what he was looking at. He returned to the capacitor bank and accessed its interface. Either they'd never suspected they'd have to depend on it for power, or whoever had put this together needed to be spaced. There was no indication of where the power draw came from. He knew it powered the lights because they'd come back on. No, he assumed the banks had kicked in to power them. Without a readout about how the power was distributed, that was all he could do. Could he build one? He laughed. Sure. Once the Bane was docked, he could go to his drafting table and design something, but then they'd simply use the Bane to power what they needed on the station. And it wasn't like anything he'd built would be able to trace power draw enough to cobble through a cobbled system. He was going to have to shut down the systems individually and see what the effects were, starting with scanning each for how much power they pulled. He'd start with high demand they weren't using, and hopefully bring things down to some sort of balance before he had to negotiate cutting hunt critical stuff. The fighting part of the hunt might be over, but the hunt still had much to go before it was concluded. Hunter, his Beta said, accompanied by someone Jeremy didn't know. Beta from one of the other two shuttles. There's something that needs you. Can it wait? He motioned around them. We are going to have something of a power problem here. They exchanged a look. No, Thur finally said, it can't. Jimmy looked at the capacitor bank, wondering what could be more important than that. The large room led him to the air of something medical or scientific. The group of human Earthers in lab coats under guard played a part, as did the pods lined up in the center. But his attention was then taken to a capacitor bank at the back of the room, a copy of the one in the command center. It might be able to use. He might be able to use it to give themselves more time. One of the scientists, our doctor, tried to push through the hunters on seeing them, regaining his attention, and Jeremy studied her to make sure nothing about her was familiar. With Omar Sewan on the loose, Jeremy wouldn't be surprised to learn more of the scientists who worked with the doctor when they tortured him could be here, looking to use him to get back in the good grace of the Earther government. He paused at the first pod and looked in. A Shimbarian lay in it, looking like they were sleeping peacefully. What he made out of the readout let him think they were healthy, but if that was the case, why were they in what he was confident was a medical cryopod? The next one had a Kelsarian, the one after that a Redoshi, more Kelsarians, then a Corsitaran, a Dromian, some Saladin, 28 pods in total. What is this? He asked. You have to save them. Okay. All right. I'm going to change the wording here. You can't let them die. Because it's not about saving them. For her, it's about her experiment not failing. The female yelled again, trying to push through the hunters. She claims they're dying. The Beta with Thur said, wouldn't medics be the ones to deal with this then? Thur indicated the thick cable at the end of the pod that went to the floor and joined more that snaked around until it connected to the capacitor bank at the back of the wall. She says that if the pods run out of power, they'll die. He looked at the closest pod's display, searching for something that would tell him how much power it pulled, but had to resort to scanning. Power need for cryopods were more than he expected, but with 28 of them and a bank of 81 capacitors, they should have enough power until the station was back on full. Until the station should have enough until the station was back on full power, or the Bane was docked and they routed power here. Unless the bank was the only thing powering this room? He searched the pod's log for an indication they'd lost power and regained it when the capacitor took over. The room was too close to the command center for something as crude as cutting a power line not to have affected it. He didn't find it and thought he'd confirm his theory, but then realized the pod had its own power backup and it wasn't logged. It made sense. If one of these lost power and the result could be deadly. The backup could only provide an hour, but a lot could be done in that time. Alpha, the other beta said, and Jeremy looked over his shoulder. Grell's expression was grave. What is this? These scientists' experiment using their machine on non-Earther, Thur said. Jeremy stared. That thing they used on me? They nodded. Grell turned to the prisoners. Which of you is in charge? The snarl made the English word less intelligible. I am. The female who'd yelled replied with what sounded like pride. Grell motioned, and the hunter brought her. Whatever you did, he growled, undo it. I can't, she replied without losing any of her pride. They're in an interim stage. What does that mean? It means that until we finish our experimentations, and modify the minder to work fully on their species, taking them out or allowing the power to run out is tantamount to killing them. Jer, what is she talking about? Grell asked. I don't know. They have power, and that has enough power to keep the command center going for a couple of hours. So it should have plenty to keep these powered until the station is out of the planet's shadow. No, they don't, she said. Power was diverted hours ago. Your fault, I'm guessing. They have a few hours at most. With or without the pod's backup. She gave him a blank stare. I need to check the capacitor banks. Its interface told him little, like the one in the command center. It had no information on where the power draw came from. Its log did help, as she'd said, sometime after they boarded the station, the power draw increased. There was a slight reduction afterward, and a look at the powered down machine in the room said where that had come from, but it wasn't enough to alter things significantly. She's right, he said. My guess this is where the power kept keeping the command center I couldn't account for comes from, including the backup each pod has. The way things are going, I'm estimating 4 hours before they shut down. What happens then? He demanded. Growl demanded of the female. What happens when you shut down a cryopod? She replied as if she was talking to an idiot. Growl glared at her while Jimmy found the desire to speak. It wasn't his heart, but fought the desire to speak. It wasn't his heart with him right now, but his alpha. And speaking over him in this situation he clearly didn't have a form of authority would break rank worse than he'd accidentally did during this hunt. Why would that be a death sentence? His alpha asked. I told you, they're in an interim period. Explain yourself. What's there to explain? She demanded. Do you know what an interim period is? You cats are at least that smart, aren't you? You made it into space after all. Explain what this interim period means in this very specific case, he said, the growl still slipping through. She rolled her eyes. Their minds aren't reformed. We can't do that until we've worked out how to rebuild their mind the way they need to be rebuilt. Until that happens, to let them regain consciousness is to kill them. You destroy their mind? Growl asked, dismayed. What kind of person does that? Not destroyed, she replied, annoyed. We're fixing them, but we're learning how the process works, how to adjust the minder so it will work on yours and their minds. But don't worry, when we're done, we'll cure all of you. There's nothing wrong with us, Growl said, but Jeremy had an idea what she'd reply. She snorted. Of course there is. You're all sick. If you weren't, you wouldn't fuck him. She nodded to Jeremy. That's not normal. You're the same sex and not even the same species. It's not like anything's going to come of it. Jeremy watched Growl in case he needed to intervene. He could be touchy about how Earthers referred to him, but he remained the alpha. Only looking, if looking put off. Return her to the rest, find rooms to turn into cells and lock them up until the Bane's here, then transfer them. Others will deal with them. He faced Jeremy and the betas. How do we resolve this? We can't let them come out of cryo if it's going to be as grave as she says. Do we believe her? The beta asked. A threat like that is a good way to ensure we don't find out what's been happening here. Growl looked at Jeremy. What is your opinion of the situation? Tell me this isn't I'm an Earther, therefore I know how every other Earther thinks thing. You know better. You're the closest to an expert on Earthers I have at the moment. Jeremy sighed. This isn't an Earther thing. Tell me, when would the engineer lie about anything regarding his reactor? He wouldn't, Growl answered, while Third chuckled. Jeremy understood the sentiment, but the point had to be made, it seemed. He's too proud of it, of what he made, how it keeps the Bane functioning. Jeremy pointed to the back of the female. This minder thing is her reactor. If it was going to turn every one of them into jelly, she would have probably told us that, just like the engineer. All she sees is the good she thinks that thing is going to bring. Are you saying the engineer isn't seeing something wrong with his reactor? Thor asked, surprised. No, of course not. It's a great design, but she's clearly nuts while he isn't. So, yes, I believe her. When is the Bane getting here? Not in 4 hours. How close to that? How long do I need to extend the power to the pods? Until we're out of the shadow, as Alpha said solemnly. The Bane will be here well after that. Jimmy looked at his Alpha, then Beta. That means I have to reconnect this place to the reactor. I'm guessing I can't simply shut down the reactor while I do the work. How long will that take? No idea. I'm dealing with a station whose power system predates the one I learned by a century, but powered by Earther reactors through a cobbled together interface allowing them to power this. All I have to do is reattach one cut cable, but once I shut things down, I have no idea how long getting things going is going to take. Oh boy. It shouldn't be more than 4 hours, but even that's a guess. You need to keep life support running. Jimmy nodded, which means I can't cut anything outright. No, you just have to keep life support running. Growl, Earthers don't compartmentalize. They connected everything through engineering. Life support still regulates the station, but it no longer has its own power system. Can you do it then? I don't have much of a choice, do I? Not if we want them to live. But if I'm going to do this, I need everyone with experience in power distribution and the inner workings of a place like this, and the authority to give orders without having to run everything through my beta. We don't have the time. Growl nodded. Until the situation is resolved, you are engineer. You are the engineer. The engineer, Jer. Anyone with experience in maintenance, repairs, or engineering is under your command. He looked at the betas. Let the others know. You need to let the others know, Thur said. I've just been returned to rank of technician. Jeremy headed for the door, tapping names on his tablet. You said someone found the power schematic of this for the station. Tell them to have it ready. I'm on my way there and I'm bringing help. We've been tasked with getting power going again without shutting anything down. I'm about to teach all of you how to play Find That Path, and I hope nothing blows up catastrophically. And that concludes chapter 67 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in about an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it is chapter 10 of The Daughter. Hey, Cool Imp. Welcome back. How is your day going? It is going to be an Alex chapter, and it is going to be interesting. I don't know how, as with literally every chapter in this series, I don't know how big the chapter is going to be. 6,430 words. Congrats. That is the rewrite or a different project? All right, let's update. Let's update. On. Cool. Present to past tense. Might read better. I don't know if you were there when I gave my thought on why the story being present tense is problematic. Like, did you hear my explanation? I did it after returning from one of reading my chapters, so I don't know if you'd left by then. Don't remember that one. Well, the main issue for me with the story being in present tense is that it's Elliot, I think that's his name, telling the story to someone. Because of the framing device you have with the interlude of, setting the stage for the telling of the story, it's clearly that we're not experiencing the story as it is happening, but he's telling the story. And we don't tell stories in the present tense. When we tell a story, we always tell it, we recount a story. So we do it in the past. I did that back then. So the story being in the present is jarring on that level. I don't remember if the interludes are in present or past themselves. I believe they're in third. And it's third past. You see, I would make them present. Again, but because, it's happening now, but this is how I would do it. I don't think that having them both be past is going to be confusing. Might turn into present tense, but one step at a time. Yeah, one step at a time. She enjoyed the present tense, but more feedback on the opposite. Yeah. You are not under an imposed deadline, so yeah, you have the luxury of testing it to see if it works better. Observing there. That always happens when you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I figure you can expand, more movement, more personal thought. As I've mentioned before, that's one of the things first person is good for. But yeah, it's definitely doing a second draft or further draft is definitely a good place to add details, whatever that means in the situation. French paragraph for the city. You see the city first. Cool. To be bribed might be way too subtle. Um, I mean, when they get to it, when they um, if it's on the page, like if the action can be seen and objectively said to be bribery, but if it's left to the reader's imagination, and subtle is not always a bad thing. Basically, what you want in subtlety and setting up situation uh, is for the reader, once they're done with the book, to be able to go back and go, oh, that's what this was. Guardian Morale warns him there are no jails or execution if he gets caught. Okay. Is that says don't if that is the extent of it, the issue I see is that that's something he could say to anyone he thinks is a thief to dissuade them from doing anything. Like, I don't know if there's more to the setup. Um, so I think does Elliot realize that? Does Elliot realize that this is, well, okay, that doesn't matter because he's telling a story, so he would only mention it if he thought it was important to the story. So my question is, why? My question is, does Elliot know that the guy was bribed, even after the fact? And if he doesn't tell the captain, why not? Again, he's telling a story. Every decision has a reason. He cannot afford to let the captain interrupt his storytelling. Because anytime the captain interrupts the storytelling, it might end, i.e., the reader might walk away. So the question is, why is Elliot trying to be clever? Hey, Sakiz, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm afraid I do not read Cyrillic. Think it's Cyrillic? I'll be right back. 476 words, Darth. Congratulations. 15,205 words. Congratulations, Darth. you're seeing if you can get 10K before I finish. Hey, good luck. Taking this to third person might have a huge giveaway. My first plan. Wait, third person? You're wait, did I miss you mentioning a switch to third person? Or did I misread? I thought it, yeah, yeah, you mentioned putting that into past. Did I miss you mentioning you're taking this to third person? Oh, you meant past. Okay. One of my first plan was to find a way to burn down the castle since I'm not current in past, and since I wasn't there to hurt the citizen, that was never really an option. One, what is the giveaway? Because he's telling a story, so he can word things. I wasn't a dragon rider, and I didn't hurt people. I don't know. I don't know that it's a giveaway. It's a statement of what he was back then. It doesn't mean he's one now. Um, I mean, if you want to obfuscate it a little bit more, you could go, I didn't hurt people with other god cause, not like the dragon riders. Instead of that way, you remove the I from it, it becomes a comparative. Instead of I wasn't a dragon rider, it becomes that's something the dragon riders do. You know the world inside out. Yeah. So you would pick up on that if a reader would. Definitely make a second read. Yes. In this situation, you'll if you can find a beta readers for that version that has never read the previous one, you'll probably get a better sense of how it feels. Because yeah, somebody who's read the previous version, who has knowledge of what's to come, can have have advanced knowledge. Like I said, for me, I wasn't a dragon rider. It doesn't read as a hint of what's to come, just as a statement of what things were. But yeah, As I mentioned before, if I'm going to use present, I'm going to use it for the personality. 286 words. Congratulations, Angel. People will 30% of people will stop reading in present. For me, it has to be compelling. Present has to be compelling. That's the power of present tense. We're in the character's head. It has to be. Well, actually, present first person. Present third, I don't like it. Present first person, if it's compelling, I love it. You can barely write. Started writing an hour ago. Started writing half an hour ago. Couldn't focus because of your girl. And 3 shots today. You know what? Some days have to be taken for other things. I mean, you wrote 286 words. That is really good. And if your daughter needs you to be with her, you should. Taking care of ourselves and others is important. At least you have the start of chapter 13 as you wanted. Very cool. Very cool. I mean, my personal rule in days that are difficult is one phrase. If I manage one phrase, I'm good to call the rest of the day off. I mean, on top of that, I have my 2 0 word days, but if I try, if I put down one phrase, I just go, you know what? I did what I could today. Is this a new novella? It's part of Monster and Badman. This is book 10, I think, in Monster and Badman. They're all a series of novellas. Although some of them are a little short even for novellas. When I do second draft, I'm probably going to talk with my co-scripter about how to go about. It says 11. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11. Sorry, 11. I'll be right back. But yeah, Monster and Batman started as my AU of Tristan and Alex in the current world. I kind of went, what would Tristan and Alex be like if they existed in our world? Tristan being a human, no science fiction, nothing like that. Although by now things are kind of at the line. Um, and now there's, well, it's the daughter's not related to them. Um, Athena, but she's the catalyst for what's taking place right now. She might stick around. Um, Lost Hope might be gaining a lot of kids. Not delay. Oh, because I'm using the word differently. Hey, Mr. The Cat, pure romance thing? Yeah, no, no, it's not going. This is too violent for pure romance. And how are you doing, Mr. The Cat? This might be the biggest chapter. It's the biggest chapter in this book. It might be the biggest chapter in, oh, 4 books. 3,500 words, 3,000 words. I don't think chapters in that series have had that after the first trilogy. Let's 9,365. Well, congratulations. Still not. Task view, widgets. System tray, date time. Hey, Sklo! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Thing is, some of them do it. Or maybe they don't. Huh. You're well. I'm glad to hear that. What have you been up to? It's been a bit. Writing and surviving. Well, both are good things. Any Christmas cookies for me? No. I might get Christmas chocolate on the 26th of December. Remember, I like it. It's less that I like making them and more that they're a good dessert for me to make. Um, I'm not. as with almost everything which is not writing, I tend to do things out of necessity more than enjoyment. I don't mind cooking, I don't mind baking, but it's oh, you might be referring to when me and when I was younger, when we would me and my mom and my brother would bake for the holidays for Christmas on the day on the day before that we yes with my parents with my mom there would be a lot of baking. Now much less. Now I cook and bake um, because it needs to be done. Oh, not bothering with the yellow because this is written with a very specific type of language. I suspect Benjamin may have modification to because Ryan is his character and I may not portray him properly. Alrighty. And I will bring this to an end. So, Cool Imp, what's your word count? Alrighty. And with my writing done, I will end this with a raid to Game of Tone. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, The Technician's Fight. And if you cannot wait that long to hang out with me again, you can find me on The Playing Tiger, 5 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. I'll be playing Vintage Story. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.